please rise for the invocation and the pledges. Pastor Robert Simmons, from several of us attend that church out there. We're happy to have our pastor here today doing the invocation. Thank you.
Thank you. Would you bow with me as we pray? Father, as we come before you today, I just want to thank you for the opportunity that we have to just pause and to realize that you're holy God. You're our creator. You're our sustainer. I thank you, Father, that even while we were yet sinners, Christ died for us. I thank you, Lord, that you call people to do public service. I know, Father, that you say in your word that they're your ministers, just as I'm a minister. And I pray, Father, that we would all take it very seriously, that we represent you, that you are worthy of everything we can bring, and everything you have is truth. Lord, thank you. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Thank you.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Thank you. You may be seated. Please take a seat. It is February 26th. We are at 901 Leopard. We have all commissioners present. There is a quorum. We're in the Nueces County Courtroom, and it is 9:08. I call this meeting to order. On item D, do we have any announcements, conflicts of interest? There being none right now, you can always do that when the item comes up if you fail to mention anything. Moving on to item E, adopt the following resolution, proclamation and orders, E1, in recognition of Texas Independence Day, March the 2nd. And Peyton's going to read that.
Whereas independence was declared on this day 189 years ago. Despite citizens residing in what today is the state of Texas, they met at Washington on the Brazos to express grievances against the tyrant Santa Anna. And whereas the government no longer functioned in the provisions set forth in Mexico's Constitution of 1824, and the tyranny of Santa Anna could no longer be endured. And whereas George Campbell Childress authored the Texas Declaration of Independence, declaring independence from Mexico and creating the Republic of Texas, forever changing the course of history. And whereas citizens of Nueces County joined Texans throughout the state in observance of this special date in history. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed by the Nueces County Commissioners Court that the 2nd day of March 2025 is Texas Independence Day in Nueces County, duly adopted by the vote of Commissioners Court of Nueces County, Texas, on this 26th day of February 2025.
Make the motion to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes unanimously. And Ms. Kathy, I think you have some comments you want to make or announce your event. You've got to go to the back.
I would love to talk from Ryan.
Oh, perfect.
I got you.
Well, good morning, everyone. Today we have members here, the president, Teresa Walsh, of the chapter that's Clara Driscoll's for the Daughters of the Republic of Texas, and Miss Holly Buckhold is also here, and she does so much for our chapter. And we are so pleased to have this proclamation, and I'm hoping it's being done throughout the state of Texas today. It is very significant. Because we were declaring our independence, but just like the American Revolution, we had to win it, and which we did. And I love Texas history, and it's momentous, and it was a blustery day on March the 2nd there at Washington on the Brazos. You know, a norther, you know, back east and up north, they don't know what a norther is, but we sure have been finding out this year. We're so glad you're here. If we could have a photo. We'd appreciate it.
We have the proclamation for you.
Anything you want to know about Texas history, you can ask them. Okay.
We appreciate everything that y'all do for our community and the Historical Commission as well, and thank you for being here today.
good?
Ready? Okay, 1, 2, and 3. One more. Ready? 1, 2, and 3. Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you for being
Thank y'all very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Good. Thank y'all. We'll see you later. Right. That's what I want you to be.
Thank you. Moving on to item F, public comment. Kathy, you signed up for public comment. Kathy Wimmer. Yes, ma'am.
It's the Kathy microphone.
Oh, and it's yes, ma'am. Perfect. Have to have a little bit of levity. You've got a invitation on Sunday. I know it's Texas Independence Day, and we're having our annual Toast to Texas at the 3700 Ocean Drive house. Everybody know what that is? Anybody not know? Good, I don't have to break the law and say what it is, because they don't like for us to use that reference. But anyway, we have a good program planned. But I hope that you will be there, 1 o'clock. It's going to be tough. I'm just going to have to tell our preacher, since he's part of it, that he's going to have to cut it short on Sunday, so we can get over there to it. But please, if any of you in the room, please try to come to recognize. And Chris, I know where you live, so you could come over there real easily. Okay, just a couple update on the commission. Anna Moore Swin marker was done. Thank you for being there. Judge Connie was there, and we had a few good. We had the cream of the crop. We really did. Todd Hunter came out, so it was really nice. And I'm so disappointed that more of our black community was not there, because I did reach out and went out to them and asked them to come, because Anna Moore Swin was a very special lady over there. She was one-time principal of Solomon Coles. Anna Moore Swin. We need to learn our history. And then I've already told Mike that on Saturday week we were over at the Cal Allen market was destroyed in 2020 by person or persons unknown, and y'all played for a replacement, and finally we had lost it for a while. We had no idea where it was. It does happen. TxDOT had it, and a lovely lady by the name of Kimberly Amy found it. It would take a woman to find something. Okay. But anyway, she made sure that TxDOT paid for it to put it in the ground. And we were out there Saturday with a very few people, because there was snow flurries over there where we put it in. But it's been put in. We have 2 more coming up, and I'll give you a follow-up later on. And I know you have some business to conduct this morning. Thank you very much for putting up with me. Thank you.
Is there anyone who wishes to speak on public comment that didn't have the opportunity to sign in and do so? There being none, we will move ahead with our agenda. I'm sorry. Is somebody? Oh, that's Kathy. I need to pull up item 3A1 before we do the next appointment, because this is a policy for the Commissioners Court that will affect board appointments. If I could. 3A1 is discuss and consider adopting the Commissioners Court policy as proposed in all related matters. The discussion today is On the conflict of interest, we have come up with some wording for our boards that would possibly, I think it's even changed since what we have in there. The suggested wording would be applications to serve on any Nueces County board or commission will not be accepted if the applicant or the applicant's relation by first affinity is employed by the entity the board represents, including but not limited to any outside boards we recommend or appoint.
What page are you on, Judge, on the, I was just
This
reading
is wording
the
that
background.
just got put in this morning. The background has lists the names of some of the boards. I'm afraid, and I talked to Jenny before we came in here, I'm afraid if we list them, there's always going to be somebody we leave out, and we don't need to redo this and reinvent the wheel every time. This wording would just be open to any outside boards we recommend or appoint. So
It would include all of the boards that you listed on the background plus others? Is that what you're saying? In other words, this one has, I'm just asking because I'm sorry, I didn't see that. If it just came in this morning, I apologize. To be recommended for appointments to the, also for recommended ones, right? So, I mean.
that's why I said the wording to include and not list, itemize, list them,
Okay.
because we're always going to leave somebody out. If we add this, applications to serve on any Nueces County board or commission will not be accepted if the applicant or the applicant's relation by first affinity, which means you're already husband and spouse already done, it would be parents or children, is employed by the entity the board represents, including but not limited to any outside board that we recommend or appoint.
And it would also.
That covers everybody.
And
Yes.
what doesn't have in there is the language that says qualified also. In other words, that's just for applicants. The background.
What do you mean qualified?
In other words, if anyone currently violates it, they would not be qualified. If it's just we're talking about applicants, we've left out the qualified part in your new language that we had in the old language.
Okay.
And this is
This
the
would take
exact
effect
same.
immediately. If you're serving and you are not qualified, then just like we did in animal care
Right, it's the same.
a year ago
Right.
or so, this would affect.
So we just need
anyone
to add the word.
Currently serving or what, yes.
Right, something to talk about that as well, because it's just being consistent with exactly what we did with Nueces County Animal Services. We're just now putting it into place for all boards and commissions.
We just need to be across the board with everything that we do. It is not selective to one appointment. It is not directed to anything. It is across the board fair.
Could we have a few moments to work on that aspect? I mean, it could be as simple as effective immediately at the
Yeah.
beginning of everything.
I don't really understand the word qualified.
I was going to ask. And I think if we're doing this, I don't know why we're doing this, but, I don't see a problem right now. But I think that might as well include if we do business with the port or do business with the agency, maybe that ought to be included here. You can't appoint, you can't participate. We got people probably that doing business, they're related to us on the port or in the hospital district or wherever it is. I think we need to look at everything. If we're going to go do something, let's do it across the board. Because, sometimes could be a relative of ours that's doing business with the port, and it could affect it, you're going to vote for somebody. So I think that if we're going to just do this, and I don't understand about the spouses and daughters and families, whatever, if we ask people to serve, and now we tell them you can't serve, we're always having trouble, find people to serve. So now we're going to make it hard for people to serve. So I don't understand the reason for the whole changes here, but if we're going to make a change, I think it has to be across the board where, okay, we're going to include that, workers, whatever it is. I think we need to include vendors. I think we need to include people that are doing business, that will affect us in the long run. Same thing when you make a decision or when you appoint somebody. I think we need to look at this and.
I think that Though what you're saying is true, but that's taken care of in our conflict of interest. If we have to
But
abstain
it's not-
if
it
we
needs to be
have a
part- it needs to be
conflict of
part the
interest.
policy, Judge.
Yeah.
If we're going to make it part of, I think it needs to be part of the policy too, so. I mean, I don't think it's fair
Well,
that we just targeting certain families or, even some of our kids might work there during the summertime. Some of our kids might work there, as an intern, and so now they can't
But no, wait,
participate.
yeah, no,
but
I
you're
thought it
not
was,
applying for the board. It's
I thought it was only supposed, first degree of consanguinity
Affinity,
includes kids? Yeah, I thought we were just limiting it to spouses. I don't know how we've gotten into,
It includes everybody, really. That
mean, I
includes
don't
the whole
know.
immediate
just
family.
kids and parents is
Right, I
most,
mean-
that's your direct relations.
Can we table this
Like-
for next time? There's a lot of things here that I don't really, I would want to.
only if we can table the appointment, because the appointment may have some effect too. I mean, that's the whole point. We're trying to be, before we make more appointments, I mean, if we want to look at it some more, but I mean, it is last minute that we're coming in with it. I mean, in regards to the changes, I think what you're saying, Judge, is right. I mean, it needs to just be across the board and not lists, so I do agree with that. I don't know how far to go with what Commissioner Gonzalez is saying, but if he needs some time to go talk to the county attorney about something, I don't know that I support what he's saying exactly, because I think the judge is right also. That's included in the conflicts, and you have to abstain if you have one contract with somebody or something, but I don't know how far you go on that one, but I mean,
Are they separate issues? I mean, kind of what you've heard from court so far?
Commissioner, I think there are a lot of issues. We have been working on this over time, but we are happy to continue working with whichever commissioners want to.
But this is specifically being written for board appointees or applicants, is that correct?
It's both county boards, which
And
were
outside.
created and are a part of the county, but it's also the boards to which the county appoints
The county
one
appoints.
of other
But-
entities.
But the judge mentioned we already have law.
Conflicts of interest.
Right.
that
We have to
to
follow by
abstain
conflict of
if we
interest.
have
What, everybody has to
relations.
follow that?
That's why we have the declaration at the beginning of
Yes.
the meeting.
Yes.
That we must announce or at least have filed. So, to me, I mean, I understand what
Separate
Commissioner
items.
Gonzalez is saying. I don't, I mean, if the majority of the court wants to table, I'm okay with that. But to me, the reason why I was asking, because if it's separate arguments, then let's deal with the language that we have before us, dealing with appointments. And then if we need to look more at conflicts with ourselves,
then that's a
then
separate
obviously
entity.
that, I think
Yes.
that takes precedent as well, and we need to spend more time talking about it, more time studying what is the law, what is best practice, what are other counties doing as well. But for me, I think we have the law that we are required to follow. Could we make it more stringent? Yes. I mean, we imposed a policy on this court that we cannot appoint or vote for someone who has donated, I guess, a certain limit to any political campaign of ours. I would say, do you even need to go further than that? If there's nonprofits or anything like that that you own or operate, you could easily donate to that unlimited amount, but to your campaign, you're not necessarily. So there's a lot of problems here that we could look at. But I just want to deal with the issue that we have at hand today, which is the appointment process for applicants for the boards, and that's it. And then come back, obviously, if we need to spend more time and talk more about more regulations that we need to put on ourselves.
Can you work on this
That's fair.
language and we'll bring it back and we'll see if it goes further. If it doesn't, we'll table it and bring it back, okay?
Absolutely.
Yeah. Do you need this?
Yes, that would,
Yes.
she's going to,
We're gonna come back later in the meeting. She's gonna work on the language and pass it out and we'll
And then
either vote it up or down.
for whatever it's
Yes.
worth, I think Commissioner Mottas is right. I think we can work on this one today, and then if Commissioner Gonzalez wants to bring something else back, he can get with the county attorney and work on it and bring it back later. I mean,
Yes. So we're going to come back to this. On the consent agenda, is there,
Before we move forward, also, and I don't know how this happened, but
yes.
Should be on.
Turned you on.
Oh,
And you turned yourself off.
Why I have to have two separate buttons to operate my microphone?
Only one.
You're on. You're on.
All right, I wasn't a while ago. Let's see, let me get this right. It's item C 4A. That was supposed to have been removed last time, and somehow it didn't get removed, so,
which
Item
one?
what?
Which one?
okay. It's, if you go to the
Auditor's office?
second page, it's item C 4A. So that's be on page 3 of, the top of page 3 of 13 in the document that I have.
What
That
is
item
the
A was-
item? What is the name? What does it say? It's like I can't
In
find it.
matters of exceptional interest, the court may, by majority vote of the members of the court in attendance at the meeting, lengthen the time allocated for a particular member or public.
Oh, that's in this. We're going to bring this item back, so we haven't gotten to that part that you want to take out too.
Okay, yeah.
Yes, and she's
Well,
going to work on the
We actually removed
language.
it last time, but for some reason it got
We
left
did.
in.
It got left in, and we already removed it last time, so we need to X that out, moving forward with
Oh,
the
you're
county
talking the
policy.
policy.
That's
Oh,
part
I'm
of the
sorry.
policy, yes.
Yeah, this is in
On
the
page,
law.
what page, Mike?
C
It's
for,
page 3 of 13,
3 of 13?
top of the page, item A.
Okay, I'll look at it. All right, I can't.
And that's all I have.
yes. So that's just a correction in the paperwork. It's already been voted on, so that
Let's go
just
for
needs to
number
be
one.
taken out. In the policy, yes. So we will bring that back after you work on the language for us and get that correct. But we're going to move on to the consent agenda. Are there any items that any commissioner wishes to pull for further discussion? I have item 2I needs to be pulled.
And, Your Honor, I'd like to pull item H.
H,
H is in Henry.
uh-huh, yes.
Okay.
And any others?
Judge, I'd make a motion to pass consent agenda, all consent agenda items except H and I.
I'll second that motion. All those in favor say aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes unanimously. And item H is first. Commissioner Pusley, you're,
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. The only reason I'm pulling this is to make the court aware. These are the training classes that new commissioners are required to take within the first 90 days of their taking office. There's 2 classes, and you can do them online now, which I have done. And our representative from Texas Association of Counties recommended that in the future, any training that our commissioners or county judge attends should be added to the consent agenda item and approved.
That's a good
so
point.
that in the future, if you need to look that up, you'll have
you
that
have a
information.
record of it, yes.
And I know
yes.
in my previous life as commissioner, it came up one year that I was short hours, and I had lost my little slip that they give you at the training classes, and we finally found it in a notebook somewhere, but this way it gets made a permanent record, and we
That's a
don't
great
know.
point,
Yeah,
yes.
so that was their recommendation. I just wanted to let the court know why that was on there.
Good idea.
And then I would move to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve item H. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes unanimously. On item I, approved board application procedure, there is just a date correction. They had the last time this was approved on there. The recommended opening for applications and letters of intent is February 26th through April the 2nd, if you could correct those dates.
March. April? March.
They told me April. If anybody has a correction, it's written.
No, that's too long.
Then let's,
April? We looking at open for a month and a half? Somebody? That's a little long.
anybody who's paying attention in the office back there, if you would let me know if that's a problem as well, because it
Just seems long, but.
it does, yeah. It's a library board application. I guess they're trying to get people active or something. I don't know.
Okay.
Maybe because we only have one March meeting, they're going to do it for the first April meeting. I have no idea. I was in my notes to change it from
April what?
February 26th to April the 2nd.
Okay. That's what you want, Judge.
Hey, they gave me the dates.
I know.
So I'll make the motion to pass. They haven't come in here screaming it's wrong, so it's good.
Can always come back if we need to, I guess.
Exactly.
Okay.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes. And we do have on here, I guess I would just like to say very quickly, some of the board appointments for the Public Defender's Oversight. Thank you, Ms. Adler, for being here as well. And we appreciate your service to that board. Yes.
Judge, I'm sorry.
Go ahead. What?
I agree with what you said about Ms. Adler. And Mr. Martinez is here too for that board too, so thank you all very much. I did want to ask, we had talked about going back through and looking at boards again to see if we
We have
really.
that on the March agenda.
Well, so I guess, do we want to wait before we open up any
This one
advisory board
is-
application until we go through that process?
Well, it will be after the March anyway, so if we're going to move forward.
Well, I don't want to go get applications of people and then we decide we don't need a.
Well, since they're waiting so long, I guess we could wait. It's not like they're in a big
What's the
hurry.
issue?
On the
Well,
library board,
We were going to bring all the boards back to see if we need boards,
what
these
are
advisory boards. 'Cause-
necessary, who are active, if they're even meeting. In fact, Tara's been doing a lot of work on those boards. So we must have a correction. Yes,
Are y'all
ma'am?
still on library board?
Yeah,
Yes.
I'm back. To,
We put it for April because it was recommended that March 19th would be a quick turnaround, but y'all are welcome to shorten it if you'd like. But it's y'all's discretion. That was just our suggestion.
Okay, I think we're going to draw back that vote. I would like to pull back my motion to approve that and wait until after we have the meeting for the board overview on what boards are active, how many meetings they have in that, so. Yes,
and I'll remove my vote.
yes. However we do that, what are we supposed to do to clarify that? We're going to table it until after, so I'll make the motion to table now.
Aye.
And we'll bring it back up when we're ready.
Second, or
We have a motion and a second.
Pusley.
All those in favor say aye.
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 Pusley.
Pusley. Commissioner
Sorry.
Pusley.
He beat me.
So thank you for that clarification. You're correct. Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Judge.
Yes. Moving on to our regular agenda. I'm going to skip
That was it?
3A1. We'll come back to that.
Did you, Judge, I guess the question is on J, since we just passed it. I don't know if Ms. Sadler or Mr. Martinez wanted to speak on, on that item. But I mean, we just approved it.
We have number 2 is going to be about the public defender's office
Oh,
as well.
oh, my bad.
Sorry.
Okay,
Yeah, that
okay.
was all in consent.
Okay,
This is- They're
okay.
coming up. I think.
No, you're right. My bad.
I hope Danis is on her way. I'll do number 3 first and wait till she gets here. Item number 3, discuss and consider the status, that's going to be a long one.
Yeah.
Yeah. Number 4, we'll come back to that one. Discuss and consider approval of a no dune protection permit required for addition of a deck to existing residential home. Kristen, thank you for being here.
Yeah, this one's easy. It's kind of,
Yeah.
they're just adding a second deck on top of a deck that's already there, but the location of the property is seaward of the 350 line. So just because of the location of the work, and, they will require construction equipment going in and out of the lot. There's little temporary impacts there, but there are no dunes present, no impacts to dunes, temporary or permanent, just adding a
Recommend
deck.
approval, so.
And just again, when you come do these, if you'll just, because I'm going to ask if you don't, BMAC supports all this and.
Yes,
Everything's-
this one, everybody was in approval of. Yeah.
Great.
They were-
Motion.
A lot of them were like, why are we looking at it? So.
Right. No, I get it, but I just want to make sure we put it on the record that gone through BMAC and they approve of it.
Yes, BMAC and GLO recommended approval, so.
Judge, I would make a
approve.
motion
Go
to,
ahead. I'll second. Go ahead.
sorry, to approve the no dune permit required for the additional deck.
I'll make the second motion. Now, discussion, Commissioner Pusley.
Yes, ma'am. I was reading the note from the GLO, and they said that they were concerned that the ownership didn't match on the title. If you read the attached letter from GLO to the judge, It says the applicant information does not match the property owner information listed in the Nueces County Appraisal District records. The county must ensure the legal property owner has authorized the proposed construction.
Yeah, so the reason for that is that the tract is actually, if you click on it in the CAD, it's 0. It doesn't have information because it's a neighborhood where they don't have individual tracts owned. So I added to the application that is attached to the agenda packet, the applicant's information, contact information, and the agent's. So that was added right on top to make it clear who the applicant and agent was on this, regardless of the fact there's because the CAD is, it says it's one big neighborhood.
Have we notified the GLO of that?
Yes, I did send that response as well.
Okay. That's all I had.
Thank you.
All right.
Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
No.
Aye.
Commissioner, you're going to like her. If she wasn't around the last time you were here, she's pretty good, and she always has it down.
Good.
So you're going to like her.
Yeah.
Thank you.
They
Appreciate
stay
that.
in constant communication with my office as well. Yes, thank you very much for that.
And just remember, I read everything.
No.
You're good. Item number 5, discuss and consider authorizing execution of the American Rescue Plan Act Precinct 3 funds, state with Nueces County Drainage District number 2 for Casablanca drainage improvements. Commissioner Matas, that is yours if you want to add any words or anything on there.
Judge, we
Motion
have,
to approve. I think
Well-
it's been approved through GrantWorks and all the process that we go through. So if you want to just make a motion to
Yeah.
approve.
motion, and then I'll just a couple of comments.
Okay, I'll second your motion, then go ahead
Thank you.
for discussion.
We have Chairman Robert Gonzalez, who is here with the Nueces County Drainage District. Chairman, you want to come to the microphone? We appreciate his partnership and the partnership we've had over the years with the Drainage District. They have a full commission now. They were down one member because Mayor Martinez used to serve, and when he got elected, that seat remained vacant for about a year. But we have 3 commissioners there who are very supportive and willing to partner with the county, not just with my office, but with all of us, to make sure that we're addressing drainage issues, especially in and around Robstown, Petronila areas. That's kind of where their boundaries are at this point. Love to see them grow and take on a bigger area in the county, but for now, this is just to allow us to move forward on addressing a very important issue. Casablanca, along with several, most of Robstown is in a low-lying area. If you look at it, a lot was farmland at one point, and when it got developed, it was not built up at a higher enough elevation. So even when we have moderate rain events, you can see flooding in our neighborhoods there. When we've had significant ones like the 2 that we had in 2017 and then the other most recent one in 2021, we have water up to people's knees literally to walk to their homes. They can't even drive their cars into the neighborhood. So we're working on the overall plan as a county. We have been working on that over the years, but this is an option for us to work on a kind of quick fix for the Casablanca area. And so this is just our commitment to help support the overall costs. This was originally only a Drainage District number 2 project, but as the years went by and with COVID and everything, things got stopped. They literally got stopped. And so the price went up, and they needed help. And this was our commitment as a county overall. Even though I selected it, we approved to help support projects all over the county, and this is one of them. This is to help just make up that small difference, relatively small. 250 is not small, but considering the price of the project, it's still a relatively smaller amount. But nothing controversial. I think the community supports it. Chairman, what do you say about this?
Well, Your Honor and Commissioners, I'd like to thank you for this opportunity, for your help working together as far as for the public to do something for the Drainage District number 2, as well as you all's help. It'll be our first groundbreaking project for the year. So moving forward, I would like to invite everybody as far as the groundbreaking so we can let the people know that we're working together. It's a collaboration between 2 entities as far as doing things together, and we'd like to show our appreciation as far as your help with the $250,000, and it is a lot. So I'd like to thank you as far as the Drainage District number 2.
What is the cost of the total project? I'm sorry.
It's 2.6 million. I'm not sure exactly as far as the numbers. Mr. Jimenez from ICE was narrowing it down to the T, but he said we did need the 250,000 to actually complete this project, but it is over 2 million for sure.
And that's coming from the local,
From grant.
from grants that y'all are getting
Yes.
and so forth. And I think that's significant because, you know, that's going to be a big help to the drainage in that area. And even though it's not our project, we're not the primary funder. And I think that needs to be articulated. That's a big deal because we've spent a lot of time up here talking about just funding projects that, you know, that are county projects because we have the need. But this is, I think this is a good exception. If someone comes in and says, hey, we need a little bit of, and like you said, it's not a little, but I mean, you know, it's less than 10% of the, or about 10% of the project cost and y'all are doing 90. I think that's, you know, that's a reasonable exception to our, you know, what we've been trying to do. And I think that's a very good use of those funds. Commissioner Matas and Commissioners, thank you for being here, and thank you for doing that. That's going to be a huge project for your area, and it's going to help a lot. And if you've got an extra couple million lying around for us, we'd be happy to take it, right? You know, we could use some of that,
We
too.
appreciate your help.
Yeah.
It really helps
No,
out. Like I said,
thank
it'll be
you.
our first project, groundbreaking project, and like, again, we'll invite all of y'all so we can let the people know that we're working together. Your Honor, thank you.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? Yes, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Honor. All right. Thank you, Honor. I just want to echo Commissioner Chesney's comments. This is a project that Commissioner Mars and the Drainage District have been looking at for a very long time, and we actually discussed several years ago about this whole area and the drainage issues that we have, and this will have a really positive impact on that whole area. And as we move forward with some drainage improvements in my precinct, this will marry into that and help those issues as well. So I want to commend Commissioner Mars and the Drainage District for working together on this. This is a big deal. And you know, there's nothing sexy about drainage ditches until you're wading out of your house in knee-deep water. So thank you very much.
Thanks, Commissioner. And just to point out, I mean, we've all had projects that are kind of feel-good projects that are helping with quality of life in the different parts of the county. But this is one of those necessities, right? This helps people who are in need. We don't feel it right now because, unfortunately, we've been in a drought. But, you know, God willing, the rains will come eventually. And when they do, people are going to notice, again, of what improvements we've made or haven't. And so I think they're going to see that once this groundbreaking starts. So look forward to the next few months when that happens, and hope that everyone can join us along with our partners at DD2. Thank you, Judge.
Yeah, unfortunately, I was sharing with the commission this morning that, you know, we do these drainage problems and we don't get any rain. I'm doing a big one out in London, and I got 6 million gallons that'll take out there, and boy, I'd love to have 6 million gallons out there that we could have. So hopefully you're not jinxing us with the rain too, like I think I probably did. So, but thank you for this good project. Good job, Commissioner Matas.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes unanimously. I want to come back to item 2. After this item, we are going to have to break for, well, maybe we might get a couple of things done. We might have to break for executive. The lawyers have somewhere to be, and they're needing to, they're going to let us know as soon as we need to go.
Well, they have,
so,
yeah,
yes.
Anybody that wants to bring us money, then we can always break for them.
Yes.
Right, Judge?
So this is an update on the progress. Dennis, thank you for being here, and I'm sure you're going to tell us all about the great things you are doing. So.
All about it. Good morning, Judge, Commissioners. First of all, thank you for accommodating us. I think it's important to bring the members of the Oversight Board when we can so that you all can see them as well.
Yes.
So I would like to recognize them. We have our Chair, Lisa Greenberg, Vice Chair, Judge John Martinez, Chris Adler, Janice Cagle, Rosanna Mushel, and Dr. Sherdina Owens. We have 2 members that are not here, but this is 6 of the 8.
Significant.
So the last time I came in was July, and basically I've given you an update sort of since July, but also kind of encompassing all of 2024. First of all, the struggle for me that first year or year and a half was establishing the infrastructure, the office space, hiring, All of those things have stabilized except for the staffing. We were fully staffed as of October of 23, and then over, I guess, August and September of 24, we had 4 lawyers move on to so-called greener pastures, at least the green of the money, you know. And we have replaced one. We have a young lawyer who passed the bar in October, and she joined us right before taking the bar, or right before passing the bar. So we still have those 3 positions open. They're posted. We've attended some career fairs. We're doing what we can. As I've mentioned to the judge in several of our weekly department head meetings, there is a shortage of not just public defender types, but lawyers generally in Texas. There's a lot of openings across the state in public service, including our own DA's office. So it is a struggle. It's a tough market out there. Not a lot of supply of lawyers.
You might be the first person I've ever heard say there weren't enough lawyers. Everybody else tells me there's way too many. But
maybe they finally decided to listen. I don't know. But we're going to keep trying because obviously the mission is to touch as many cases as we can in an effective and efficient way. And we can only do so much with the 6 lawyers we have. So we would love to be fully staffed again. We're going to keep working on that. So as far as the clients go, I've included in your summary that we have been appointed to a total of over 3,000 cases since we started May 2nd or 3rd of 2023. Yesterday I double checked, it's 3,115 as of yesterday. Within those, we have closed, the total is now 2,548, so we have 577 that are open. So we consistently, with our 6 lawyers, carry between 500 and 600 that are pending. We'll get new ones and then we close some, but it fluctuates, but it's generally between 500 and 600. When we get appointed, our clients are in the county jail next door. And the code requires us to visit those clients by the end of business, the day after we get appointed. So we do a lot of jail visits to accomplish that first visit, but then also to establish the relationship with the clients that helps us resolve their case in a favorable manner. So I included for you those statistics because I am very proud. Having come from private practice, I know how difficult it is to schedule jail visits. When you're not officing in the building next door, you have to get to the jail, make arrangements. The jail visits they take a long time. It's hard. So what we have tried to do is really streamline that. That's one of the advantages of having a public defender and having them in your courthouse so that they are here anyway. And so we have visited that main jail 1,400 times in 2024 and have been to the jail annex over, you all know where that is, over 300 times in 2024. And I also want to point out that one visit does not mean one client. When I go and visit my clients, I at least try to knock out 2 or 3 visits at the same time because you get there, you have your visitation room, you might as well see multiple. So 1,400 visits could mean untold numbers of clients that have been seen and engaged with in an effort to resolve their cases. Part of the advantage of having this public defender's office and the funding that TIDC provided is that they included funding for an investigator to work for our office, not just on a contract basis like we were tied to when we were in private practice. And we also have 2 social worker employees on staff. We had to replace one. We had one leave, I think in October, and we were lucky enough that the timing worked out that we were able to hire Aaron Diaz, who was working with the county in the mental health department. And he's been a tremendous asset in addition to our licensed social worker, Sarah Davalos. So we work really closely with them on all the mental health cases. And as you know, the mandate from TIDC was that about half of our caseload should be the mental health cases. It certainly is. It's probably more than half. And those social workers are integral in helping us figure out what the underlying issues are that brought folks into the criminal legal system and help us identify resources that we can connect them with to try to keep them out of the system in the future. The other great thing about the sort of embedded nature of this department is that we are seeing the community stakeholders over and over and over again. So we have established an incredible relationship with MHID and with the Sheriff's Department, not only his administrative staff, but the behavioral health people, Wexford, and the medical team. I have coordinated a meeting that I have with that group every month. We call it continuity of care because we're all focused on the continuity of care of the same people. And the sheriff, his admin staff, Dr. Lucens, the psychiatrist, and then the psychiatric director and the medical team, plus MHID, they all come. And we're able to talk about these folks and what their status is, what we could do to help them stabilize, to get them out of the jail and into, a more stable way of living. And that has been just a real asset. We've all learned so much more about what we each do. And, that's one of the things I've learned is there's a lot of people focused on mental health and getting those folks out of the criminal legal system, but we were all in our own lane. And we did not know what other people did. And so putting us all in the same room together and being able to communicate about that has been very effective. So anyway, we also have increased the participation in the jail-based competency restoration program and the outpatient competency restoration program. This is important right now in Texas because our state hospital system is overrun with need. We have certain number of the state hospital beds that are designated for what they call forensic treatment. And what they mean by that is the competency restoration. And every jurisdiction across the state has incompetent folks in their jail, and they put them on the same list. And so right now, as of yesterday at that meeting at the Sheriff's Department, I learned that for the women who are waiting for the maximum security hospital for competency restoration, it's over a year wait. And those folks are sitting next door to go to the hospital. So, bless you.
Sorry, shoot.
Using the jail-based restoration program and the outpatient, they're able to work on that restoration while they're waiting. And that way, if we are successful and they're able to restore, then we can move on with their case and they don't have to go off to the hospital. So that really limits the number of jail days. It limits the length of time they're in the system overall. So we're doing our best to keep increasing that. So I believe that covers everything that I put in the summary. If you guys have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them if I can.
Just a couple comments.
Sure.
Dennis, thank you very much for your presentation and all the work that y'all do. It's greatly appreciated. I'm saying the same thing I've said before. Just know as this grant comes to an end and the county has to pick up the cost of, I don't know, what's the budget of 1.8? 1.6.
Yes, sir.
So the county doesn't have 1.6 million lying around, right? And so as this grant starts to tail off, it's going to be a struggle for us. As we've said from the beginning, as we said from the initial meetings, it's, we're going to have to figure out, how it's going to work financially, because I think we all voted for it, so we all like the concept. So again, as you're moving forward, I know you're going to work on numbers to be able to show us where, because what the judges told us back then was this should reduce the attorney's fees cost to offset enough of the budget to get pretty close. That's really going to be the analysis that we're going to need. And like I said, we kind of got a break last year because it was too soon. I mean, I don't think we could have made a good financial analysis. Wouldn't have been fair to you. But as we go forward and next year, we're going to have to pay more of it and more of it and more of it. So just please, I know you're doing it, but just keep those numbers or have those numbers so that we can have good, fresh looks at where that's happening, because we've got to make sure that those attorneys' fees are going down to other places to offset on the budget. At least I do. I don't know about everybody else, but that's just important to us because we all want this to work. But we all are always looking for, how we can finance and fund stuff. So
the great news is these 3,115 cases you haven't had to pay a penny for. The state picked up the cost for
this year,
all of that.
Totally, yes.
And this year, and I'm sad to say that not having the staff is bad, but it also means we probably aren't going to have to dip into the county for this fiscal year at all.
And that's what we're all hoping for, because we're just trying to, I mean, we're just trying to buy time on this to make it work and have an opportunity to make it work
Sure.
financially. We know it's working in what it's supposed to be doing because you're doing a great job. We just, anytime we don't have to dig into that, that just means we can kick that decision down the road another year. That's good with me. And I don't mean to sound like we don't want to make decisions, but anytime, you know, we really want this to work and we really want this to move forward. But so that's great to hear. Not that you don't have staff, sorry, but that, you know, sometimes it's better to be lucky than good, I guess, maybe. I don't know. But y'all are doing a great job and really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Anyone else?
Yes.
Yes.
I appreciate your update, especially without, I call it clutter of budget time, right? When you come to it during budget, it is difficult to make your voice or get your point across because we have so many different departments or elected officials that are here. So being proactive and coming early is helpful, at least for me, to be able to separate everything else and really focus on what the public defender's office has done. Like Commissioner Chesney said, we've all supported this program, and of course, when you can get funding that doesn't come from the county budget, that's great. But at some point, you know, we'll have to look at doing that, and I hope that we will continue, because I had a conversation about 2-3 weeks ago with a private practice defense attorney, and we kind of just got on the subject of like why or how, you know, are you defending people who are guilty, and the conversation turned to, well, you know, that's the jury or the judge to decide, but you know, we're advocates, and no matter what we do, a lot of times we're the only person in someone's life, and I'm going to get emotional, that has ever fought for me or believed in me. Put aside the guilt or innocence of those people, but many times it's the attorneys who are the only ones who are doing that. And so that just kind of opened my eyes to the bigger picture, right? You can get so focused on guilt and innocence, and hey, the guilty need to be held accountable. Now, I don't think any of us are saying that they shouldn't. But to have a good attorney, a competent attorney, someone who's not just going to write you off as just a number and just get you whatever the judge or the jury has mercy on you, but to give a chance for rehabilitation when there is that opportunity is great. And so what you all do in your office is not only to be commended, but shows what our standards as a community is, because we didn't have this for so long. And to have this now is something to be proud of. And so I know that it is going to be a challenge. Every budget is going to be a challenge for us, especially this year. But the way things have lined up, I hope that we can continue to get as much extra support as we can. But I kind of wanted to share that story because it just kind of came out of nowhere, just in general conversation, and it just kind of really touched me, just to kind of show how some of us in life, we're just so privileged or lucky or blessed, however you want to call it, and people that have had a tough road, made bad choices, have not had support to get them to that point. And so the only person there that has ever believed in them or fought for them is that attorney standing by their side. That's an eye-opener. And I think we all need to be more aware of the work that's being done. So I want to thank you personally and publicly for this, of the work that you all have taken on, what the board does to support you. And we all want to keep it going, and hopefully we can get very creative, and hopefully that we can help with revenue that's coming in to help, you know, sustain this over the years. But that was truly an eye opener for me, and someone that's just right is right, wrong is wrong, but to see the bigger picture was helpful, and I hope that more people get that chance and hear your story. That's why I think today was so important. So thank you.
Agree. And thank you very much for being here and always keeping us informed here, and especially our department head meetings. You keep me well informed. Thank you, board members, for being present. I know you took time out of your day to be here as well, so we appreciate you all and appreciate the service you get.
Thank you for your service.
We have a 10 o'clock with lawyers, so it's like, let's go, that we're paying. Yes, go ahead, quick.
I'm sorry. I'll be very brief. Thank you very much for your presentation. Thank you very much for the invitation to come by and visit, and I will get there, I promise. But I think this all boils down to, you know, for years our goal has been trying to keep people out of the jail system. When they're in the jail system, taxpayers are having to pay to house and feed and provide health care and all of those things. And I think we should, we have some time here before budget process starts. Your Honor, I think we ought to challenge our grants department. We ought to challenge our legislators to help us find money to help continue these programs. I think it's more than proven its worth to not only this county but to other counties, because we either have to build bigger jails and pay to do that and pay to house those people, or we can get them out of the jail system. And this continuous revolving door of the same people going in and out of our jail system has to stop. So, and this is one way we can do that. So I would lay down the challenge for our grants department and whoever else we need to contact, especially our legislators. They're going to have a big budget surplus this year, and it's be an opportunity for us to step up and say, hey, this is a good program to support. So thank you very much.
It's a great point. The Texas Indigent Defense Commission is up there arguing for more money to be put into public defender and managed assigned counsel offices. So there may be an opportunity.
Yeah, we may need to
There
add
next
that.
week, and I will voice that.
We
Yes.
may need to add that to our legislative agenda, Judge, just to
Yes,
support
yes,
that. 'Cause
absolutely.
Now's
We
the
will
time
get
to do
that
it.
put on.
Commissioner Pusley's right, and that's a good point.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you all for being here. Yes. We have an appointment that we need to cut to executive quickly. For those of you here, we have one item. It should be very quick. We don't intend for this to be a very lengthy executive session. So item number 4, executive session. Public notice is given that the Commissioners Court may elect to go into executive session anytime during the meeting to discuss matters listed anywhere on the agenda when authorized by the provisions of the Open Meetings Act, Chapter 551 of the Texas Government Code, to the extent there has been a past practice of distinguishing items for public deliberation and those for executive session. The public is advised that the court is departing from that practice and reserves the right to discuss any listed agenda items in the executive session when authorized by law to do so. In the event the Commissioners Court elects to go into executive session regarding an agenda item, the section or sections of the Open Meetings Act authorizing executive session will be publicly announced by the presiding officer in accordance with the authority of Government Code, Vernon's Texas Code, Section 551.071, 551.072, 551.073, 551.074, 551.0745, 551.076, 551.086, 551.087. Commissioners Court will hold an executive session to consult with attorneys, including matters related to litigation, deliberate regarding real property, prospective gifts, personnel matters, including termination, county advisory bodies, security devices, and/or economic development negotiations, and other matters that may be discussed in an executive session. Upon completion of that executive session, the Commissioners Court may, in an open session, take such appropriate action on items discussed in an executive session. Today's item A is consult with the county attorney and outside counsel in regards to the C.C. Palmer's tax abatement agreement. Discuss and consider taking action on same during regular meeting and all related matters. Texas Government Code 551.071. It is 10:05 and we are going into executive. I would ask all the members to quickly get back there because the attorney has a flight to catch and this was the time she requested. We are back from executive. It is 10:22. Going back to our regular agenda, item number 3, discuss and consider the status of utilization of county assets and all related matters. This was an item that got brought up from my office as well, not having a uniform list of all the county properties, county buildings, and everything. And in this discussion, and with calling the auditor's office, calling purchasing, calling public works, calling inland parks, calling everybody, nobody's list was combined and had a true and accurate list of what the properties that the county does own is being utilized, could potentially be sold or something, that we may need that information for later during budget time or something. So this is just the beginning. I don't anticipate much, and thank you, Marvin, for being here as well. He provided a list. While those properties that Lineberger does for us are really such a moving part, those weren't really, we wouldn't add those to this detailed list. This is more about having an accurate list of what the county's assets are, what we own, what's being utilized, what buildings are being utilized, what property locations. Just as I think a couple last court, Commissioner Pusley, we did the property for the ESD for their fire station. It is my hope with this list at the beginning, we have been meeting with Edward and Juan and the Parks and Public Works. On the back, you will see a copy, a color-coded map. And the best way I know how to address this is if each commissioner would kind of look at the properties within their precincts and see, if you know first, we're doing research as well and having people look, do we still own the property? Are we utilizing the property? Is there a place that maybe we could combine where Public Works has one big property instead of all the little yards or something? If there's something like that that we can do that makes the county function better and utilizes the resources that we have, and I would open this is a discussion piece. This is certainly not something that's going to be ready to move forward on anything.
Yeah, absolutely.
Do we have county parks here? Are they going to be part of this?
Yes.
See everyone else.
Edward, back, yes.
Judge, I would respect.
County, I mean, it's not county, coastal.
Coastal Parks
Not
did
inland
send
parks,
us a list as well. Yes, they are in, they actually have 2 properties that are vacant right now that Scott Cross, they've all been meeting with our office as well. So, yeah.
Judge,
And
I would
also, Commissioner, I'm sorry, in your agenda packet, the coastal parks attachment is listed. That's what they sent in on what properties and assets they own currently. There's also a few that are sprinkled into the Excel sheet. I dropped these off at y'all's office yesterday. The blue one, if you kind of go through it all, it's color coded by what it is, land, building, stuff like that. And coastal parks has some in there as well.
No.
No, sir.
You need to use your microphone, sir.
I'm just saying, because, I mean, we should
The
have
map
everyone
in the
here.
back, the color-coded map that you all received has this, and the only way we know how to separate by precinct is to kind of let you all take your area and what you have in your area, and working with Public Works and inland parks and the various other entities to see.
Well, I mean, Commissioner, I can, yeah, I mean, I
It's kind
can,
of easy to figure out
yeah, it is.
what precinct if you
If you
got.
put the address in.
No, I'm just saying, as we have discussions, I mean, it'd be helpful to have everybody here.
Well,
I
who
mean,
do you
most of
want
the other
here?
departments are represented.
Well, somebody should have told them to be here. Nobody told them
Well,
to be here.
You should see if there's an item on the agenda that impacts you, then you should probably be here.
Well,
Probably be
Commissioner-
in your best interest to have somebody represented.
If I
It's
can
not me to
represent-
call them to tell them to show up.
I can represent
I
Coastal
mean, no
Parks.
one told Edward or Juan to be here. They're here.
With all due respect, Commissioner, if you want a department head here, you have the right to ask them to be here, but I can deal with the Coastal Parks issue, and I represent Coastal Parks, and I can do it, because if you look at Coastal Parks, it's pretty self-serving. If you want to sell Bob Hall Pier, if you want to, I mean, if you want him here, you should ask. He'd been happy to be here, but nobody said department heads were mandated to be here. And he's been working with the judge closely to get him exactly what
I guess
he's
same
been
thing like the
requesting.
budget. You're not required to be here, but it's probably in your best interest to be here if we're talking about assets that you oversee. That's just a
Okay,
best
well,
practice.
most department
I don't
heads
have to tell
show
somebody
up.
how to do their job. That's not part of what I do. I'm just saying, if I come up with a question or one of us come up with a question, it's probably helpful to have somebody representing that interest.
And I can represent that interest. What would you like to know? What question would you have? Because the Coastal Parks assets are pretty delineated right there in front of you on the backup. He's been working with the county judge. That was a request made of the department heads. He complied with the request. It wasn't requested that he be here.
We have met with him, and this list is not completely accurate, I would say, too, because he did tell us yesterday of 2 other empty lots that they have. So I think that's why this is a work in progress. This is why we all need to meet with them and possibly at our next meeting have a more detailed, but we need one combined list for the county of our true properties and assets. When we looked through this with Public Works, we already found 4 or 5 that are not even owned anymore. They've been sold years ago. They're still listed. We looked this morning with Edward. There's a property that lists it's in New Mexico. I mean, this list really needs to be cleaned up. That was the whole point of this discussion, and moving forward, I think that this definitely will be addressed again, but the only way I know how to reach out, other than me physically going to everyone, which I had a couple of meetings set up that I was going to a lot of properties and going to physically view them, is for us to divide and conquer and try to get what we can. Because, yes, Commissioner, you know your precinct. Commissioner, you know your precinct better. And the more we can do this and scratch the items off the list that we actually know about, then we can address the problem areas that are questionable, whether we even still, one, own them, whether they're leased properties. You know, we may be paying rent on something that we can utilize one of our properties and take away some of our budgeting problems. This was meant to address a long-term problem, much less just have an accurate list that we should go by. We should all have, yes.
Judge, I was just going to ask if I could get someone, when they do the maps next time, to make mine purple instead of Commissioner Pusley's. That's really all I had before all this got started. So if, next time you do the maps, please put mine in purple. Thank you very much. If Commissioner Pusley doesn't mind giving up the color purple.
No, I'm good.
All right, appreciate that.
We'd probably rather be red.
So,
Go ahead, Commissioner.
so on this map, I keep turning it on and she keeps turning it on.
I haven't touched it, Commissioner. You turned it off.
You don't have to hit it, Mike. It just comes on automatically.
Just leave it
What?
on.
The mic.
No, mine doesn't. I have, this mic has a separate button over here.
We don't
don't
utilize
use
those
those.
buttons and ours stay on.
They don't work.
This one does.
But go ahead. I think it's on now. Wait,
He's turned it off again.
turn it, hit it again, one more time. There, yes.
Okay, see.
When the bottom light is on, I think that
Yeah.
means it's on.
Well,
Yes.
then if I either have to leave my mic on all the time or
Right.
turn it off when I'm not using it like that. So,
Right.
however y'all want me to do it. But
Go ahead.
it's a little
just want purple.
distracting
You
that I
just-
have.
I just want
this-
purple, that's
This
all.
microphone is supposed to work by pushing the button. When they were installed originally, when I was here before, we didn't have a separate box to operate the microphone. And I've asked IT to try to clarify that and get it resolved, and hopefully they will. Okay, thank you very much. So on this map, it's like item number 35, and it's in red, so maybe that was done on purpose. The Records Warehouse, we don't own that building.
So the properties that are listed in red, Commissioner, those are properties that we lease out. And the ones that are in green that are listed on the colored map, those are properties that we potentially could see as vacant properties. And then the ones that are crossed out are ones that we no longer own.
Red and green, they all look red to me.
Red
At the top, Commissioner. So if you see, I don't know, do y'all have it on your screen as well? At the top where they're listed with the address.
Sorry.
Sorry.
I'm colorblind, so I have a problem with red and green, so they all look the same color.
Okay. And there are at least two parks in my precinct that the city of Corpus Christi has a joint ownership with us. And
That's the kind of information we hope to get out of this and
Yeah.
have an accurate list and accurate report of what we have. But that's exactly what we're hoping this will generate.
And,
Yes.
and I mentioned to them before I left that they've been getting a free ride for a long time, and they're not going to in the future.
Very good.
Thank you very much. And I'm going to turn my microphone off.
Commissioner Modas, you have any questions or anything you want to add to this or direction?
No, I mean,
for
I think this is a good
people?
start for us. I know that this is not going to be done at this meeting. It's a good start. I mean, we've had individual conversations on several properties in Precinct 3, one of which is the old show barn. That one, we had a short-term lease, which we worked, and thank the county attorney's office on working with us to partner with Robstown ISD. They don't have an ag barn, and so we had that facility, and we made some improvements to it a few years ago. And we got to have that conversation of, do we hold on to it or not? I know I've brought up before also, just on that same lot, the Boll Weevil building, the old armory that we have there. They're good tenants, and I don't know if anyone's ever asked,
they're
and if they want to
interested in
take over to purchase,
Exactly.
but they're willing to be just, dutiful tenants, and they pay us, and it works. So maybe it's something we need to ask if they're willing to want to take on, or if do we want to give up that asset, because they do pay a good share of revenue on that for the rent. So those are two just on that one location alone that I can think of that we need to have further discussions on. And I did speak with one of the board members for Robstown ISD, who wasn't speaking on behalf of the board, but just giving that member an update this week on the old show barn. So that's something we need to look at. I know Commissioner Chesney had asked about it when we were at our groundbreaking last week for the animal shelter, and he asked, why was the logo there? And so, well, it's a partnership we have, and we're working on something long-term. So those are two that immediately kind of scream out to me that we need to explore further. And I know there's some other smaller buildings or assets that we have in and around Robstown, one of which is my office. Once we move animal shelter, the animal services and the shelter itself to its new location, that's going to be open, which I'm sure could be used by Public Works to expand with all the staff they have there. But what do we do with it? So those are three that I can think of immediately within the vicinity of Robstown. And when you look at the map, you can see there's several dots that are close by. Social Services is another one of them that Judge, you and I took a tour
yes.
a few months ago on that. So there's definitely some that we need to have conversation on as far as what are next steps. Do we rent them out? Those that are vacant, in my opinion, we need to do something with them, either rent them out or sell them. And of course, the baseball field. I'd like to be able to get our contract back on our discussion, Ms. Dorsey, on that we had basically a full year contract. Is that right, Edward, with that softball team? I haven't seen any other progress off season, so we need to probably talk about
Whether they're
stopping.
utilizing
Yeah,
that or.
Well,
stopping that.
we are currently utilizing it, even though we've had these discussions. The oil belt is using it as a,
Just till May.
Oh,
Just
that's
till
right, just till May,
But it
so,
was- yes,
okay.
yeah.
So, I mean, that's another facility that we need to look at. What do we do? Do we sell it? Do we try to rent it out? We've tried many times. So, those are just the ones I can think of and picture there.
Commissioner, there's two other properties that we discussed that are in the Lost Creek area that aren't on the list that I was going to give Peyton that we know about, that are county properties, and that the adjacent owner may want to purchase that property.
And just to add in right here, because I meant to say this in the beginning, for those of you in the county working at any of these buildings, we are not closing departments, shutting you down, losing jobs, closing services, community services, their meals they provide. This is not a discussion about that. This is a discussion about properties the county owns, whether we're utilizing them to the best extent that we can, how we can better utilize them in the future and cut back on cost. It is not sending anybody home, stopping anything right now. I had a couple of phone calls, so I want to clarify that. Commissioner Gonzalez, do you have any comments since we're going down the line?
Oh, no, no, I'm
It's the
just,
beginning.
yeah, I'm just trying to figure out, I really can't figure it out really, but, you know, when you say like Rose Acres, Lot 18 Rose Acres subdivision, we bought that in 11/2/06, and the purchase of 68,000. What do you mean? I don't understand that.
None of us have a clue, and
And
that's
then-
why we're asking about this. We want to know, did we purchase it? Do we still have it? Are we using it for something
Well,
in
that's a
particular?
subdivision there. I mean,
Commissioner,
it's a
it's
subdivision.
in Rose Acres, remember?
Yeah,
that
no,
may
I
have been
know,
part of the.
I know where Rose Acres
That
is.
part?
No, that
thing?
may have been part of the, when we put in the water lines and the sewer lines and stuff over there, then we had to purchase land so that we could move people across. I'm just vaguely remembering some of that.
But Rose Acres is complete, the whole subdivision. The city took it over to put the meters and everything, but
Correct, but that may have been something that we owned, that we gave to the city, like the judge says, that
That's
we needed to
what
pull
we're
out.
wanting
oh, yeah,
clarified.
I mean, everything was turned over to the city because, you know.
I mean,
But if we haven't done the documentation and the paperwork on it, then if it's still showing up on our list, we need to get it corrected. Yes.
So that's why it may be showing up on that list.
Well, the thing with that one is, it's an ETJ, right? So the city, but the city rules over the ETJ. So we've still both owns it. The city just took over because we did the streets, the sidewalks, and the meters. So the city took over the meters and everything else. So, but as far as the land, there's still county land, right?
Correct.
I mean, but
Let's clarify, but that's what all of this is about, discussion, so that we can find out for sure and we can have an accurate list of properties.
and you get FM 70 west of Bishop. What are we talking about there? What is west of Bishop?
do you think Marvin knows some of this? Is that why you're here?
No, he had a different list.
Oh, gotcha.
This is 70 going west of Bishop, so I don't know, but
Yes.
it doesn't have identification of what it is.
I think that's going to require going out there with the address and looking to see, and then bringing it to us to
We don't have an
research to
address.
find out if we have it. This is what we got, and we couldn't make heads or tails of it, and this is what the county auditor's office has as well. That was missing a lot of parts. When we got with Public Works, we got with Inland Parks, we got with purchasing, we got with Coastal Parks, we got with everybody. None of these are on a universal list that the county has. So we need to make sure that what the auditor's office has and what they keep on file is accurate. When we vote on things and we sell or we give away property, last meeting to a group, when those deeds, the transfer takes place, it needs to become off of our list. We have to keep better records than this. We don't really actually know what we own or don't know.
Well, this is a great exercise,
Yeah.
Judge, and I appreciate you taking the lead on this. Where do we go from here? Like, in other words,
Yeah,
we can't go
what's the
through
next
this
step,
and
yeah.
go sell, buy. We don't even know where some of it is, but we've got to start somewhere. So did you have kind of an idea on how you wanted to proceed on this?
I kind of think in your precincts, these specific things that
Okay.
you all know offhand, if you could make a list that, yes, we have this, we're using this property, yes, that is there. Work with Public Works and Inland Parks or Coastal Parks or whoever you have to. I know when I met with Scott, this list is not accurate because he told us of 2 properties right now that 5-acre lots that they have in Port Aransas or something that could potentially be a value. So let's regroup after we come together, after we go through your own list and see what gets crossed off. The things that are questionable that come up with, we don't know for sure if we have them, we don't know if we have the property on them, we don't know where they are. Those can be put on a separate list that we may have to go out and physically do more investigations, do maybe with Lineberger as well, do more research on the properties for us.
Judge, because here's the problem I have. I'm assuming Block 17, Lot 8, Bluff Portion City is Flower Bluff. but it's not.
No.
Right? So I don't even know how to look on here to find out what some of these, whose precincts they're in. Some of, like,
And where did that come
what's bluff
from?
portion?
The auditor's office? Or?
So this list, the one that has the colors, the blues and all that stuff, that I condensed it because this list came from the auditor's office and purchasing, and it's their big master list of Elba County assets, but it had things like engineering costs when we acquired the land and all that. So I went through and I erased all those kinds of cost stuff that you really wouldn't need to look at.
Does it have a better address
Right.
than what is
No,
just
ma'am.
listed
The only
on this
addresses
lot?
are what's on here. But if Connie wants to
What
clarify.
is the bluff portion? What is that?
These are old descriptions that were in the system, so you don't have a real description of it.
But do you know where that is,
How would we go
Marvin?
about looking for it
best-
then?
Okay, well, hold on. Marvin knows where bluff portion is. Like,
Yeah.
I would. That's what I was asking because I've
Yeah.
got to tell you, if anybody knows what these things mean, it's going to be Marvin because they foreclose these things and do these things and.
Right. Yes, sir. So bluff, what you have on a lot of it, I looked at this, at some of the stuff
Yes,
at the
we sent
judge's
it to him.
request. And a lot of what you're seeing are abbreviated legal descriptions, like Lot 7, Block 38, bluff portion, for example. That refers to, that's an abbreviated legal description. The actual legal description, when you see bluff portion, is the bluff portion of the Central Wharf and Warehouse Company subdivision. And that's all around you, right where you're sitting.
And is that what all this bluff portion is?
Bluff portion is all, it goes all the way across 37 and comes over here. You've got a parking lot over here on the other side of the jail that the legal description is blah, 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 bluff portion, okay?
Yeah.
So, yeah, a lot of people think that. We sold some stuff at a tax sale once to some people from Flower Bluff because they thought they were buying stuff in Flower Bluff, and they found out they were actually buying stuff in the Cut. So, yeah.
Okay, well,
Good for them.
that's a buyer beware thing,
Yes.
right? Okay, so I guess that's the question, Judge, is do we say, okay, we need to hire Marvin to go in there and get his folks to tell us where all this stuff is and what's good? I mean, I don't know where to,
Well,
because it's,
I was hoping right off the bat, the easy things that we can take off, and then we have to pay someone to do because right now, I don't even know the easy ones. When I look at the list, I'm not in your precincts, it means nothing to me.
well, these legal descriptions don't mean anything either. The buildings are easy because we can all look at the buildings and make a determination. I'm just looking at the blue because those aren't easy.
Those, absolutely, we can, and we sent the
Yeah,
list to him already as well, so he can start trying to help us with that.
If I could just say one thing. So when you're looking at those legal descriptions, if they're lot and block numbers with subdivision codes, then you can get the subdivision index from the county clerk's office, and then you're simply going to input an account
You
number
have all
either
of
into the
this?
tax system or into the appraisal district system using the subdivision code.
So you can
and
do
then the block and lot number, and then you're going to get the full description with the address and everything.
So you could,
I got, Commissioner Presley asked me for property and I found it in 2 minutes.
so,
We can give this to you.
so
to
could we give
find.
you the blue list and you
Yeah.
could come up with where it is and everything?
Sure,
That's
thank
so
you.
nice. That's very kind. Well, I'm just,
We
don't
didn't
want
know
to
that.
put
That's
work on
great.
you, put work
Yes.
on you without asking, right? So, no, I appreciate that. I mean, the buildings judge should be
Should
fairly,
be easy, but from the questions we had already and looking at them, they're not. So if you all can look at yours that you know that are easy and mark them off the list, say what they're being utilized for, or they are, or they're vacant, or been vacant for a long time, whatever you want to put in your notes so that we can start compiling an accurate list.
and Judge, I'm sorry, I didn't see that Mr. Cross was online, so I don't know.
Yes.
If I wouldn't mind hearing a little bit more. I know about those 5-acre deals, but I can't remember what the Parks Board intent was that. So is that,
Okay.
can we let Scott do that for just a minute?
Yes, Scott, do you want to speak?
Okay, so there's 5 acres that sits right next to the Dunes condominium, right there on the south side of Beach Street, Commissioner. And then on the Dune Street, which cuts across there and runs north and south, there's another 5 acres over there that abuts to Mr. H.E. Butt's house, the guy who owns H.E.B. grocery stores. We've never had any intention of expanding into that area simply because of all the pushback from the Dunes Condo Association. And when we did the boundary survey and updated it back in 2008 and 2019, it caused quite a rip-roar because Judge Neil Claudia's assistant, or his assistant Claudia, called me up and asked me what we were doing because they were getting a lot of negative calls because they don't want us disturbing their view shed. Well, you know, I mean, it's our property. And so at that time, when we looked at it, it was valued at about $300,000 an acre. And so I'm sure that's much higher evaluation now because it's prime road frontage, it's got utilities, it's right on the beach. You do have some setback rules there that they'd have to deal with if anybody wanted to buy it and do anything with it, but we just don't have any plans to do anything over there. And all our other assets, whether it be the park lands in our system, our buildings are 100% occupied and 100% in use. That's the only thing that I have that's out there that doesn't have any plans for it.
I think the Parks
And I'm
Board ought
sending you a
to.
map.
Well, and technically, the Parks Board, they manage the assets, so I would say you need to suggest putting that on the agenda so the Coastal Parks Board can weigh in so that they can understand what we are trying to do as a court, which is to look at all of our assets and determine if we need them, and if we don't, then we need to look at selling them to potentially put more money in the county's coffers for different things. And so I think you guys need to at least put that on the agenda and kind of have a discussion and a recommendation, because I remember now that we've had those discussions, but then we just kind of let it go. And I do remember now that you reminded me that Judge Neal, who at the time had a condo at the Dunes, didn't, and I'm not saying that rudely. He just, he caught a lot of grief from the residents there because he was there. So I'm not saying there was anything wrong about it at all, but I remember him catching a lot of grief from those residents who called him and said, what's going on? And then I don't think he ever said not to do anything with it. We just never did anything with it. So maybe maybe the time is to do something with it. And I'm sure there'll be more calls, but if the Dunes want it, maybe they can buy it.
Oh, I agree. I said the same thing to the judge yesterday when I was giving an update at the department heads meeting that, that's right. If they don't want the view shed disturbed, then there's some deep pockets over there that could gobble it up.
And then they can deal with them on their view.
And then, and we could, anyway. So I think that, if you could, Scott, please ask the Chairman Adler to put that on the agenda to have a discussion and a board recommendation, please.
Yeah, it is dedicated parkland because it's inside the boundaries of I.B. McGee. So I'll get it on there, and I'm also sending you and the judge a boundary map that shows where this property is.
Perfect.
That way you have it, on a Google Earth shot.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Modis, yes.
Yeah, Judge. Appreciate Scott jumping on, and so we ask. We know you're busy.
Yeah, no problem, Commissioner. Honestly,
jumping on the Zoom is helpful.
I just forgot to even be there this morning. Okay. I'll be straight up with you.
No, it's okay. You came in and answered. That's what I'm saying. Be able to have that interaction because we don't know what questions will come up. So thank you for that insight. As we're talking more project, mentioned the baseball field a little bit. And I know we had this addressed before, so I don't know, Ed would probably be the best just to give us a quick understanding. It's actually broken down by third base dugout, first base dugout. I mean, there's a description for each and a value for each. So, why is it not just one whole entire property building system rather than, if that's the case, I'll go buy a $30,000 dugout based on the values that are shown here. And that's all I want. I just own that.
Now, it was basically how we got the land from the, at that time it was owned by the REDC, or at that time, whatever the name was, and they didn't choose to combine it into one piece. They just
so it was little sections that combined did the whole part. Wow. Okay.
And I think you maybe mentioned that to me when I first got on, but it's worth noting because you're going to see
I saw that on
the stadium listed multiple times over, and there's a lot of different parks, baseball parks, or county parks that we have that show that, and their fields, their baseball, softball, Little Miss kickball fields. So there's a lot to include on that, but definitely worth. I'm thinking too, Judge. This may involve, maybe Kevin Kieschnick's office, or maybe Mr. Canales, Ronnie Canales' office. All of those that are going to be a part of that. But I guess you want us to do our homework and then come back and maybe if not the next meeting, then maybe 2 meetings from now, come back with a breakdown of everything that we know that we can get for you and for the court and for the public to better understand where we're at, and then start making some recommendations, because
we probably need to have a workshop then. We'll be ready to maybe discuss and have everybody there. This, initially we set up this meeting was going to be a workshop to address some of this, but I'm glad that we went ahead and made this a meeting because the March meeting was not available because I think it's too early for that portion yet. if we can get the easy things marked off of this, the things that in your precincts that you can definitely say these are being used, these are, that will help us eliminate a lot of waste of time and move forward on the things that are questionable. Thank you very much, Kara Sands, for, I did not realize that y'all would do it, or we would have sent it to you, the whole list. And don't worry, we will be sending it my office right away, and we appreciate your help on that for this. Yes.
Your Honor, could I make
Our
a,
records are as good as what individuals that they file with us.
Okay,
So
yes.
someone
So
who
whatever you
files,
have, then,
what we
yes,
have is
yes.
what-
And everything's supposed to be filed. Let's make that clear, people. So if we don't have something on there, then we've failed to do something.
Right, because if
correct
you
in our
go,
paperwork.
if you, believe me,
Yes.
because if you go to a title company for a search, we use the county clerk's records or in any county we use. So
Yes.
their records are most of the time the best.
Yes. Commissioner Pusley, I'm sorry.
All the time.
Yeah,
Did you?
You know what I'm trying to say.
if I,
They don't have to go to your file company.
That's
Yeah,
right.
go ahead.
I don't want it to go.
if I could make a suggestion, Your Honor, with respect to what Kara was talking about, instead of her having to search one property at a time, I certainly would believe that the appraisal district has some way of searching their database for properties,
Contacted them,
and
but-
Marvin's shaking his head, yes. So that essentially, they ought to be able to formulate a search routine that goes out and pulls all the properties that show being owned by Nueces County. And we could certainly ask for that, if we already haven't. And then the other thing we need to address, Mr. County Attorney, Ms. Dorsey, is if we are proposing to sell these properties to private versus donating them to public entities. Edward and I, years ago, we're going to sell a piece of property to a private entity, and it got very complicated. There's back tax issues and, all kinds of, and it finally worked out to where it was going to be so complicated and so expensive that the gentleman decided not to purchase the property. So we have to come up and formulate a plan of what that's going to look like on a go-forward basis, whether we're selling a blank piece of property or whether we're selling a building on a piece of property that we own. We're going to have a description of what that's going to require versus if, like last meeting, I donated a piece of property to a public governmental entity that is going to be used for a public purpose. That's that's like TxDOT will give our county public works department free gravel if they have it and we need it, and there's no money exchanges hands. So we need to have a clear vision of what that's going to require us to do. But I would certainly advocate that we go to the appraisal district and ask for them to do a bulk search of properties that we own versus us trying to do it one property at a time. Thank you.
Yeah, they can't bulk do it at the appraisal district. They'd have to do it one by one too. I think.
We will find all of that out. As I said, this is early. This is our first time. We're trying to figure out how to move forward on this. So those questions will be asked, and we will send it to the correct people as best we can find. And then when we get further down the list, the more difficult ones, we will reach out to even more people to see what we can help. That may be when, Marvin, your office gets involved with that. Yes.
I do think he makes a good point, though, Judge, that we do need to kind of come up with a value system because every piece of property on here has a value, and maybe $5 and maybe $5 million.
That should be included as well. And on
Right.
the larger list, it was a value out to the
Well,
side.
no, right. You have some values on here, but to me,
Oh, that one does.
unless it's a donation that actually benefits Nueces County specifically, to me, everything ought to be sold. I mean, and not given, unless, I mean, I'm sure there's always an exception, and I get people may not agree with that. That's just my opinion because it just so happens in my precinct, there's some very valuable property, and I definitely don't want to get in the mindset of giving that away by any means. And even if something's not worth a lot, then I still think we owe it to the taxpayers to get as much money as we can back for that piece of property. And quite honestly, we need every dollar we can. I mean, we are, the reason we're doing this is twofold. One, to get this under control, but also to see if we can sell this stuff and that we don't need to use it for, maintaining buildings that we need or putting it towards, collective bar. I don't know, whatever we need to do. But we need the
Eliminating
money.
some of the strain on our already overextended, underpaid staff inland parks, public works that are having to take care of these properties that are.
Well, and Commissioner Matos is bringing up the ballpark. I appreciate the heck out of that because that's one that is, has millions of dollars of deferred maintenance that we can never do anything with, and it's just sitting there rotting, and we don't want that to become the Nueces County Courthouse of the Northwest, and that's what I'm afraid that's heading towards if we don't do something with it, because we can't afford to keep it up. There's not a long-term use that's sustainable for it. We've tried. Mr. Mars has tried. Everybody's tried, but there's just not a sustainable use, and so that's a very, I think, potentially valuable piece of property. We got to figure out what to do because there's a big ballpark on it. I don't know exactly how that's going to work, but I would think we could come up with some way to make that advantageous to the citizens of the northwest part of our county. I don't know how, but so.
Okay. Well, I think that we have a direction for us to start. I think this definitely will be brought back for further discussion. But I'm assuming we only have one meeting in March, that it would be the first meeting in April before we would even be ready to bring this back for further discussion. In the meantime, I would ask you all to work on this as diligently as you can, and mindful that you have other jobs and things going on in your precincts. So, and our employees as well, mindful of their time as well. Yes.
Judge, I just had one other suggestion on this. Maybe since we have our new budget officer coming on who has not been overloaded, we could assign this to be a project that she coordinates, because it's not going to work if all of us are working on it and there's no central focus. And I know you've been
After the
spending
next
a lot of time.
meeting, I intend for that to be a central focus. Right now, going out for y'all to clear up easy things, then the next meeting would be about something. And I think our budget officer, as much as I respect what you're saying, is going to have a lot going into budget with numbers and trying to make accurate.
But who's going to coordinate this? Because this isn't going to work if someone isn't
It's going to have
assigned.
to be Peyton through our office. She is the one that put this together.
You wanna
I'm
take
already
it
knee
on.
deep in it. I might as well go.
Well, that's
all
what I'm saying.
in.
But I mean, but to me, coordinating means getting with the commissioners, doing the stuff. And so if you want to take that on, that's your staff, Judge, and I wouldn't ever ask for that to happen. But if you're volunteering it, okay, but I do
We
think
started
that,
this, we asked for it.
Okay.
Now, when if it gets too convoluted down, I think right now the initial prospect of coming back, we can handle it and we can do it. I do think our new budget officer is going to be busy doing other things, getting us ready for budget and getting accurate numbers moving forward. So I would hate to give her something else to do when she first comes in and hasn't even looked at our books. So.
right, I just saying this was going to affect our budget, so I just thought since she has not been overly assigned stuff yet, but if you want to take it on, thank you, that's very kind of you. But someone has to coordinate this, because I can give you 2 or 3 things, or you can tell me what you need, but
She'll be the one marking them
Awesome.
off
Okay.
when y'all let her know.
thank you
And
for
if I
doing
may,
that.
I just wanted to thank Public Works, Coastal Parks, Inland Parks, and everybody that's been helping out on this. I know this looks really confusing to you guys, but this took a lot of hours and a lot of hard work to get it to this point. And these guys and the ladies that have helped out, they have really been awesome. So I think it's going to be great moving forward. I know it seems very confusing, but shout out to them. They're awesome. Thank you.
Thank you, Peyton. So moving on to item 6, discuss and consider award and execution of an ARPA-funded contract agreement with Lime Weber Concrete Construction for Hazel Bazemore culvert replacement. And this, I believe, is yours, Commissioner Pesley. It came in high, they value engineered it down, and we are ready to move forward. So, do you want?
Yes, Your Honor. This is a drainage crossing there in Hazel Bazemore Park where the culvert pipes and whatnot have become very suspect. And we actually have it blocked off now to keep people from traversing on the road there. We're afraid it's going to cave in.
Thank you.
The value engineering was done by Edward and previous, before I arrived here. I've looked at it. Looks like it's ready to go. This is ARPA funding, and Teresa has this all lined up. So I would make a motion that we approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes unanimously. Item number 7, discuss and consider approval of a no-cost change order number 1 for Amistad Veterans Memorial Park improvements and related matters. This has been approved by GrantWorks as well. This was just looked like it was additional days for, so this is yours, Commissioner Gonzalez, I believe. Do you want to make the motion to pass? I'll second that motion. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes unanimously. Item number 8, discuss and consider award and execution of an ARPA-funded contractor agreement with RxDX for construction of the Sunrise Pond Nature Park Sensory Playground and related matters. Commissioner Matas, this is your area. So.
Yes, Judge. Just a reminder to the court and the public, this just a project that we are incorporating to the overall Sunrise Pond Nature Park improvements near Keach Library, and so we just ask the board for support and approval.
I'll second that motion as well. This is already, his ARPA funds already been approved multiple times in the past. This is moving forward. So any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes unanimously. Item number 9, discuss and consider upcoming Commissioners Court meeting dates, workshop dates, and related matters. If there are no other suggested things, I'd just like to remind you all the South Texas Judges and Commissioners Conference is the first week of June, the 2nd through the 5th. The host court night is June the 3rd that we are hosting, so make sure you all get that on your calendars as well.
Are we still supposed to register? I got an email about registration. We're still, okay.
Yes.
Just checking.
Item B, Public Works, number 1, I'd like to make a motion to table to March the 19th. Mr. Pimentel is still waiting on a response from the fire chief and stuff like that. We'd like to have better information moving forward.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to table to the 19th. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes. Thank you very much. Item number 2, discuss and approve the request to utilize funds from the road right-of-way for a consultant to assist with the GIS workload and related matters. Mr. Pimentel, I understand and want clarification. Some of this was on last year's invoice that didn't get paid that we're paying.
That's correct, Judge.
And there was a timeline from the auditor's office. Is there a reason why we didn't get this turned into last year, why we're having to dip into this year's budget? Did we just overlook it and miss it?
It was just an oversight.
Okay. And I also have a question. This is the right-of-way funds. How much is the balance in there? And this is the funds that TxDOT can send us an invoice and we have to pay no matter what they say, correct?
That's correct, Judge.
Yes.
But lately we haven't gotten any.
I know, but we could potentially. We don't want to spend this money down. So
that's correct, Judge.
what is the balance in there? Do we know?
It was like a 400.
478,551.
478,555. And how much is this you're wanting to use?
78,000.
78,000. Okay. I just wanted clarification before we move forward. Yes.
For clarification, I reached out to Mr. Pimentel, and we're requesting that it go to 0120 Road and Bridge Fund rather than 121. 121 is engineering, and it's 100% funded by general fund, whereas Road and Bridge Fund is not.
Is that okay with you, Mr. Pimentel?
We would be okay with that.
Okay. Okay. Any other questions, commissioners, on this? Mine are answered, so yes.
Motion to approve with the new department code as recommended by the auditor's office.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes unanimously. Thank you. Item number 3, discuss and consider the approval of certificates of substantial completion On the IFB 3290-24 Calderon Clinic upgrades.
Judge and Commissioners, the substantial completion was done on February the 5th, 2025, and we're recommending the approval. Public Works.
And this doesn't include anything on the new stuff we're going to have to do over there, right?
That's correct, Judge.
Yes, okay.
That's correct, Judge.
Does that, any minor adjustments, does that need to come back to us, Judge, or?
The other we'll have to do as a separate item and go as a work order, those that are being requested by the public health, city county health district thing for that facility, the Calderon upgrades now.
That's correct, Judge. Just some additional.
Will you be bringing that back in March then for the additional?
Yes, ma'am.
It would be a separate item than a request for funding.
Yes, that's correct, Judge.
And I just want to just say, how thankful I am that Commissioner Gonzalez has helped lead this project and these improvements. Of course, Public Works has been part of this, and all of our partners that were there when we took a walkthrough last week. I mean, it was a packed house. It was city, it was county, it was Amistad representatives that were there. There were several of us. I mean, at least probably 15 of us total, if not more, walking through. I wouldn't say the final walkthrough, but just maybe second to the final walkthrough is probably what it was. But as far as the amount of involvement and interest that we have, there is really key to bring those services to the community. So I just want to thank everyone that was there, and some of the small things that can be corrected to improve the flow of it. But overall, it's an impressive sight to see what it used to look like compared to what it is now. So
thank you.
Thanks to everyone who was involved.
Are you making the motion to pass then?
Second.
No.
No,
Are we going to have some kind of ribbon cutting opening or whatever to?
Whenever we get there.
They're not in there
Yeah.
yet.
Already
We
did
will
that.
eventually,
Yeah.
yes.
Okay.
Amistad's not in there yet.
We had an event last year, but the actual.
Well, Amistad wasn't there last
Yeah.
year, so we
Yes.
did
Yeah,
promote that they're there.
I've
They haven't
asked
moved in yet.
Connie to, and I spoke with the judge about this as well. We need to come up with a better way of informing the public about when we do these kind of events. As you all know, we got blasted pretty significantly because we didn't invite certain people to one of our last deals. So,
Did we invite anyone, or just, I saw that too, because I don't even think, I think those people just showed up. I don't mean.
But I think we should
But no, but Mike, you're
in
100%
hindsight,
right.
we should
You know,
have
you're
invited
100% right,
the
but I
board
do think we
members
need to
and
clear that
things,
one up,
yes.
because I don't think anybody was left out. I just
No.
think we
Think we
didn't
did.
invite
I
anyone.
invited one person, and I got pasted for not inviting the whole world. And
Yeah.
it wasn't even my event, but anyway.
Gotcha. You're correct. We need to do that better.
We need to have a better way of notifying the public that we're having a ribbon cutting or a groundbreaking or whatever it is kind of event that we're hosting on a countywide basis, and let the public know that, everybody's welcome. So anyway, just a point.
Good point.
I'm sorry, I made second to Commissioner's
Commissioner
motion.
made the motion, Mata seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion passes unanimous. Item number 4, approve the award and execution of ARPA Precinct 1 funded contract agreement with Kosuric Land Improvement for construction of the Stone Gate Drainage Improvement Project. Commissioner Pesley, this is yours.
Motion to approve, Your Honor.
I'll second that motion. Any other discussion?
I just want to mention, Your Honor, that when we got ready to put this, okay, when we were getting ready to put this on the agenda, I asked Edward, I said, did the developer donate this piece of property, or did we buy it or whatever? And Edward said, I'm not sure. So I said, well, before we go dig a hole on it, we probably ought to make sure that we own it. So we did, but it had never been filed of record. So Jenny and her troops jumped through hoops and got it done for us. So thank you again.
We checked this morning, Jenny and I talked, we knew it had gone through, so yes. So we
Well
have a
done.
motion and a
Well done.
second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. Thank you, Commissioners.
And item C, Auditor's Office, approved budget amendment number 5 for fiscal year 24-25.
I respectfully submit budget amendment number 5 for your approval with the revision that we made to the funding source on item 3B2 that we just discussed. This budget change order would also be revised from 0121 engineering to 01200 road and bridge fund.
I'll make the motion to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes unanimously. Item number 2, discuss and consider approving amendment number 1 to renewal number 1 engagement letter agreement between Nueces County, Texas and Patillo Brown and Hill LLP. We do this annually. I assume this is our regular audit they do.
No, this is from back on February 5th. Commissioners Court approved for Patillo Brown and Hill to prepare the annual financial report.
Your financial report.
This is the
yes.
modification for those additional services.
Very good, yes. Make the motion to approve. It's already been voted on by us.
Second.
Yes. A motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Item number 3, discuss and review the monthly financial report for fiscal year 24-25 ending December. Are all the clarifications correct in that? So
I am submitting the monthly expense, monthly financial report. It's unaudited and unadjusted. If you refer to page 4, the general fund revenues, for as of December 31st, 2024, we've collected $46,240,915. That is a year-over-year increase of $11 million, $346,546. Please keep in mind that the year-over-year increase is skewed because the numbers were pulled from one solution before we converted over, and so therefore additional items could have posted after we converted. And there was the lag where we went a period in December where we weren't posting anything, and then we did catch-up transactions in January. I would also like to note that on page 22, there is a large negative office supplies in cost center 12700 purchasing department. That is due to the inventory. Whenever we moved over to one solution, the inventory was erroneously placed in that. It's always been in 1270. It had always been in purchasing, the inventory that they maintain. However, it's showing that inventory as a negative expense when it's an asset, and because it doesn't get expensed until it gets assigned to the department. And we're working on a fix for that, but I wanted to let you know that we were aware that that issue is there and we're working to fix it. Regarding the other, the total expenses for the general fund, we're at $25,693,797. That again is a year-over-year increase of $3,720,707. And again, it's that same. You have that same variance that could be from one solution to Workday. Whenever we converted, the number could be less of a difference. If there are no other questions.
any questions?
No. Motion to approve. Do we need a motion?
It doesn't
Yes.
need to be approved.
Doesn't need to
It's
be-
just
okay.
presented to Commissioners Court.
Okay. The next item is executive, and I believe a commissioner has asked for one item to go. We have already done executive. We have another quick executive for one question as well. So we're going to go back into executive, then we will come back and finish those last two votes if we can. Let me find it.
You're wanting to wait on the other one, is that what you just said, Judge? I couldn't hear, I'm sorry.
We're going to bring one more item into executive, then we'll come back and vote on both of them if we move forward. There's one other item on the agenda, so should be very quick, but let me get to where Okay, executive session, public notices given that, I have to read this all again. Commissioners Court may elect to go into an executive session anytime during the meeting to discuss matters listed anywhere on the agenda. When authorized by the provisions of the Open Meetings Act, Chapter 551 of the Texas Government Code, to the extent there has been a past practice of distinguishing items for public deliberation and those for executive session, the public is advised that the court is departing from that practice and reserves the right to discuss any listed agenda item in the executive session when authorized by law to do so. In the event Commissioners Court elects to go into executive session regarding an agenda item, the section or sections of the Open Meetings Act authorizing the executive session will be publicly announced by the presiding officer. In accordance with authority of the Government Code, Vernon's Texas Code, Section 551.071, 551.072, 551.073, 551.074, 551.0745, 551.076, 551.086, 551.087, the Commissioners Court will hold an executive session to consult with attorneys, including matters related to litigation, deliberate regarding real property, prospective gifts, personnel matters, including termination, county advisory bodies, security devices, and/or economic development negotiations, and other matters that may be discussed in executive session. Upon completion of executive session, the Commissioners Court may, in an open session, take such appropriate action on items discussed in an executive session. We are bringing in item 3A1, discuss and consider adopting the Commissioners Court policy as proposed and all related matters, Government Code 551.071. And it is 11:18. We should be back shortly. For those of you here, if you would stick around close, it should not take long. So thank you very much. We'll be back. Yes. We're on? We are on, and we are back from an additional executive session. It is 11:34. We are back in. I'd like to bring up item 3A1, and I believe Commissioner Chesney has a motion for that.
Judge, yes, the motion to provide that the applications to serve on any Nueces County Board, Commission, or outside board to which the court recommends or appoints members will not be accepted if the applicant or the applicant's spouse or significant other is employed by the entity the board represents. Appointments made at any time in conflict with this policy shall be vacated where and is provided by law, rule, or regulation and filled with qualified applicants in compliance with the court's policies. This shall be effective immediately.
We have a motion. Do we have a second? Second?
Second.
Commissioner Mata, second. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed?
Nay.
So 4 ayes, 1 nay. The motion passes. Moving on then to item G, board appointments. We have number 1, the Christa Spawn Board of Trustees, and we have 2 applicants. And I'm sorry, let me get back. Do we have any motions? I believe
Judge, I would make a motion to reappoint the incumbent, Dr. Islam.
Second.
we have a motion and a second to reappoint Dr. Islam.
Discussion, Judge?
Yes.
Are we going to put out names? I thought that we were trying to get away from that process of just
You can.
rushing a
I'm fine.
motion and.
However you want to do
I
it,
mean,
Commissioner.
Okay, I just wanted clarification on that. I thought we had changed that.
Well, people mentioned to me.
We were supposed to be on this board.
Yeah, and technically, they're
Technically,
supposed to
we're
both be
supposed
here
to
to
be on
interview, but
this,
that didn't do it.
yes.
That didn't go either.
You can just mention both names and who applied and pick one.
I'm
I'm
sorry.
fine
about
with
that,
however
yes.
the group
I
wants
mean,
to do it.
I'm just asking.
I'm okay, John.
I'm
I'm
not
not.
going to fight on one or the other.
I'll happily withdraw if someone wants to do it a different way. I just,
Well, we're supposed to go down the line and do votes, but I
Well, I guess nominate.
nominate people.
And then we
Yes.
vote on whoever
Yes.
was nominated.
Yes,
you-
yes.
you're correct. I withdraw my motion.
No, you can nominate anyway.
Well, I'm still going to put them up. I'm just going to do it the way we're
Here.
supposed to. I don't want to misconstrue the system, so I appreciate that. You're right, John.
I don't think we need the board.
Yeah, I don't. People.
We'll burn that board.
But that's the whole point of this. That takes her off. Yes.
Was that on special?
Because the next week, yes, okay. So Commissioner Chesney has already said Dr. Islam. Commissioner Gonzalez, do you have a name?
Dr. Islam?
Myself, Commissioner Pusley, I'll go last, sorry. Do you have a name for the Spawn Board?
Same.
Dr. Islam? And
Yeah, I'm not going to nominate.
all
any
of us,
names.
Dr. Islam, so it's unanimous decision. It's like, I think we're good.
Everybody, yeah.
Yes.
Thank you. And I'm sorry,
The
Commissioner
open
Modas, you were
position.
right on how we should have done that, so thank
Yes.
you for
Yes.
pointing that out.
I'll talk to you about this.
Yeah,
later.
it's just.
Yes.
You're right,
I mean,
100%.
we had, they weren't bad battles, but we had debates
No, you're
on how
right.
to go about this, and so.
We have to stick to how we're
Before,
doing
it was
yes.
just whoever could rush to get out of motion, and that's not necessarily fair to the process. If there's interest, we should all have a chance to put out the name, however many names there are. We could
I
come up
agree.
with 5 names, right?
Absolutely.
But at least then we can go choose the top 2 or the top vote getter, whoever, but.
I agree. Thanks.
We
wanna
have a
make sure we-
policy, we need to stick to
we
it.
get in that
Yes.
practice, yes.
Yes, I agree wholeheartedly. Thank you very much for reminding us. Then on executive item A, Commissioner Modis, I believe you have that motion, or you have a
Yes, Judge.
motion?
Yes, I do.
Yes.
Item 4A, make a motion to move to approve the amendment to tax abatement agreement with Corpus Christi Polymers, extending the construction and job requirement deadlines and requiring payment in lieu of taxes in the amount of $3 million.
Second that motion. Any other comments?
You bet.
All those in
Wait,
favor say.
yeah, that's a good one. I think we really need to make sure we get this. This is, I don't want to blow through this. This is $3 million that we, and I want to thank the county attorney's office profusely for their work on this, in addition to our outside counsel. This is no small amount of money. This was a great effort by the Nueces County to go fight for these dollars. This was related to an abatement. We don't take those abatements lightly. I know Commissioner Matas has talked about that a lot, about making sure we're really solid on these abatements. So I really appreciate the efforts made by everybody in this. County attorney worked closely with our outside counsel on this, and this is a big success. This will help us out a lot in Nueces County. This is money that we recovered, and we fought hard for our taxpayers to get this money. So I don't want to let that go by without saying that. This is a great job by everybody involved. And Judge, I've got a subsequent motion first.
We have a motion and a
Yeah.
second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes. And then now if you would like to.
Thank you, Judge. I would like to make a motion that this money be specifically earmarked and put in the general fund reserve balance and not spent for anything else at this point, because that will help us.
Yeah, that's what it automatically does.
It's what it automatically does until we spend it other places. And I'm saying we don't want to do that. We want this to go. That's what I want, is it goes in reserves and it stays there, because we're going to need it for something else that's an emergency. And I don't want us to start spending it on other things. So, well,
It automatically goes into the general fund, and
spend
therefore
anything
it's an
else on the
increase to
budget.
your fund balance. And again, your fund balance is always increased by your revenues and decreased by your expenses.
I know. I'm trying to articulate an intent. My intent, if the court does not agree, then they can vote me down. My intent is that we don't put this somewhere where it can be spent for other things, as we have a tendency to go and do when there is a chunk of money out there. My hope is this court will leave it there unless we really need it for an emergency. And maybe I can rephrase it.
Are you wanting us to put it aside in a separate fund?
No.
My question then, to clarify on your intent with that, is since the budget has been set, are we even allowed to spend anything outside
You
of
would
it?
not be able to increase your budget without.
We could spend this on special projects. Yes, we can. If we get settlement money and it's extra money, we could go and spend this on whatever we wanted, because it's settlement
After
money.
budget has already been set? We can
Absolutely.
spend?
If we get money, we can spend money on, if we have a project that's underfunded or whatever the case may be, yes, we can. Well, right. 100%. So all I'm trying to say is, I'm just trying to articulate the intent of the court is to not spend it unless it's for an emergency. That's all I'm trying to get to.
We can all agree on that intent.
If you don't want to, that's fine.
Yeah, we can put it in
not tie our
Texas
hands.
class.
Say again?
Maybe we can put it in Texas class in a new fund and can sit there and create.
Well, it should create interest anyway, whatever we put it in, right? Do we have to? What's Texas class? Can you want to?
But they're trying to say, if it's in the general fund, when you withdraw from the general fund, you don't know what dollars you're withdrawing. So you're just withdrawing. So it could be part of that money, or could not be part of it. You don't know, but it's part of the money.
Yes,
Because it's general fund.
all the general fund
But if you
dollars
put it
go
separately,
together.
Then you can tell it's still there.
What's the Texas class one?
Texas class is a great investment tool that we have used and made quite a bit of money. But we can also, if an emergency arises, we can get our hands on that money. So.
But then let's
yes.
how about I amend my motion to say then we put it in a Texas class fund to make sure that we get the highest level of rate of return on this, and that we don't spend this money unless
I'll
it's an
second
emergency
that.
brought back to the court for court action.
Well, I just have one comment. Am I on?
Yes. Go
Okay.
ahead, Commissioner.
And Commissioner, I understand your intent. I really do, and I appreciate that. If I have some concern or not exactly sure what we're trying to do here, I don't want my abstention or my no vote to be to look like that I don't want us to be frugal with what we're doing. So that puts us in
Understood.
kind of
But the court can come back and unvote this any time. It's just to articulate, there's legislative
I
intent,
don't
right?
think we need to do that. I mean, she's already told us it goes into the general fund anyway, so why do we need to vote, have an extra vote to say that?
Because and have to have an extra vote to put it in the Texas Class Fund, which gets us a better rate of return.
It would go into Texas class anyway.
Does everything in the general reserve, is it?
Yes. The Frost Bank only allows us to carry a certain amount of money in the account, and so we're constantly putting funds in Texas class.
Right, but are all 25 million in the Texas Class Fund right now? Yes or no?
No, not all of it.
Okay,
Some of
then-
it's in the investment fund, yes.
Right, so then if we make a specific motion to put this in the Texas Class Fund, then we would have to do that, and that gives us a better rate of return. Because you're saying you just said it all goes in anyway, and then I said, is it all in there, and you said no.
Not every dollar of the $25 million fund balance.
How much is?
There's a statement that goes out every month.
It's not good. You can move it. You can
Yeah,
set up a new
it,
account in Texas Class.
I'm happy to pull away from whatever Commissioner Pusley doesn't want, as long as we can put it in Texas Class Fund and get the highest level of return that we can on it, and we can talk about it later if that helps Commissioner Pusley. Is that okay with you,
We're not
Commissioner?
restricting anything, we're just suggesting this 3 million go into Texas class.
we'll make sure that the $3 million,
This-
whenever it's received, goes into Texas class specifically.
Okay, fair enough, thank
Probably
you.
isn't a
That's my motion.
necessary for that, or is- yeah. We have your motion.
Is
I
just to move it
seconded,
into Texas
Just to move
class.
it into Texas class. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes. That's also the investment committee. So
Yeah, I don't want to put anybody in a bad
it's like
spot,
we would have
because
done that anyway, so it's fine.
I appreciate what Commissioner Pusley said. I don't want to put anybody in a bad spot to make their vote be confused, so I know he's
We
as frugal as
unvote
we
all
are.
kinds of stuff in here every day. Oh, wow. I'm sorry. Are there any adjournments in memory? We've been in and out of here so many times.
I have a couple, Judge.
Yes, go ahead.
All right.
We're done. I'm gone. Yes, I'm very sorry, please.
No, not a problem.
Commissioner.
The first one I'd like to share is Ann Smith, who passed away on February 20th. Ann Smith moved to the next world on February 20th, 2025, at the age of 94, at her home in Corpus Christi, in the company of her 4 children, after a lifetime dedicated to selfless service and devotion to others. She was born February 1st, 1931, and she grew up during the Depression. She was a member of the United Methodist Church growing up. She was a Girl Scout troop leader, a Sunday school leader, community volunteer, and a friend to many. She was a beautiful singer in the church. She sang with the Sweet Adelines and at family reunions. She became an activist for social and political change. And she helped lead the struggle for civil rights in Texas. Anne was much admired and long remembered by those all who knew her. She lost her beloved husband, Reese Smith, Jr., in 1985, and is survived by her 4 children, Julie, Bonnie, Michael, and Patrick. She was preceded in death also by her brother, and is survived by her sister, Rebecca. She had 5 grandchildren, 5 great-grandchildren, other relatives, and countless souls she touched along her fruitful life. Visitation will be held this Friday, February 28th, from 5 to 9 at Seaside Funeral Home, with services held on March the 1st at Reed Chapel at Seaside. And so for those wishing to make a donation in lieu of flowers, please consider Metro Ministries, which also supports Loaves and Fishes, where Ann volunteered to serve meals for the homeless, poor, disabled, and elderly. And Ann was quite a remarkable woman. I got to enjoy a birthday party with her last year in 2024, and she was still as vibrant as ever, although she had slowed down a little bit. But she was just definitely a beautiful soul and person to be around, and she was committed to being an active part in the political process in the community. And I know that a lot of her friends considered her as family and as she considered them as family. So I mourn losing a personal friend in Ann Smith, and my condolences to all those who cared for her. Also wanted to share with us the information and news of the passing of our former head librarian, Ida Garza of Orange Grove, passed away Friday the 21st after a hard-fought battle with cancer. She was born in Robstown in 1960. Ida was preceded death by her loving husband, Reuben, her son, Andrew, her father, and her brother, Bobby, and her twin sister. Ida is survived by her mother and siblings, sister-in-law, Jackie, and also nephews and nieces, great-nephews and great-nieces, all whom she loved as her own. She's also survived by her mother-in-law, Virginia. And Ida was a lifelong learner. She began her education in Robstown High School, then traveled to Del Mar College, where she earned an associate's in legal professions as a paralegal. Then went on to Texas A&M University Corpus Christi, where she received a Bachelor's of Science in Political Science, and then later earned her master's degree from the University of Texas at Austin. And after working as a paralegal and an assistant librarian, Ida was chosen as the library director, where she oversaw the grand opening of the state-of-the-art Keach Family Library in Robstown. It was a library where Ida would work from 2007 until 2024 in the pursuit of giving thousands of visitors every year access to technology and books. Ida and her deceased husband had achieved living their goal out in the country, where they purchased a ranch in Orange Grove, and they loved their time there. The family asked for those to join in honoring and celebrating her life as a remarkable woman, and the visitation will be held March 14th at 6 p.m. at Sawyer George Funeral Home, with a prayer service to begin at 7. And then funeral services will be on March 15th at 11. And the interment will be at Memorial Cemetery in Robstown. And so our condolences to Ida and to her family, and of course to all her coworkers at the library who knew and loved her. And I get a chance to work with her and visit with her many times over the years being in this role, and she's always pleasant, always just so excited. You could just see and feel the energy from her that she poured into that library that she loved so much. And so that was a great loss. I don't know, for the county and for the community, and so we all mourn with her former co-workers and her family and her passing, and thankful for peacefully going home. So.
Absolutely. Our sincere condolences. Yes, Commissioner Pusley.
Yeah, I just wanted to echo Commissioner's comments about Ida. I always enjoyed working with her, and I sincerely appreciated her passion and dedication to operating the library and what she did there. It was absolutely, I think, the most important thing to her, and those will be tough shoes to fill. But anyway, my condolences to her family.
My condolences to the family also. Ida was a person that actually she lived, she everything. It was library. So always looking for grants, always looking for something different to do and do different programs. But, I'm sure she will be missed by everybody in the library field. So, again, my condolences to the family and to the staff.
Absolutely, yes. She started most of those programs that Crystal is doing now as well. Were all started by Ida in there, so very, very dedicated employee by all means. Yes. Are there any others? Anybody? Then it is 11:53 and we are adjourned. Join us. I forgot to mention you were here.